Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan, sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada pengutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
Dan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi virtual braille keyboard, text to speech, dan speech to text. Untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari, seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. B-Smart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. B-Smart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, B-Smart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena B-Smart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia. Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi.
Roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. We even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
There were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada pengutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
Check, check. Hello, good morning, everybody. Anyone can hear me?
Yes.
Is it clear? I hear Rifda respond to my voice. Is it clear, Rifda? committee still prepare for the opening.
Okay.
Cek. Wah.
Prof. Emal udah sembuh. Halo Pak Nul, gimana Pak? Kaki, iya, iya, gimana? Iya.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas APTIKOM Yogyakarta, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Suyanto MM. The Honorable Keynote Speakers, Prof. Zainal Arifin Hasibuan from APTIKOM, Prof. Kamal Zuhairi from Universiti Malaysia Pahang. Presenters and participants of the third ICOIACT from Indonesia, Malaysia, Germany, China, India, Algeria, Thailand, Australia, South Korea, and Taiwan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From Universitas APTIKOM Yogyakarta, we would like to welcome all delegates in the third International Conference on Information and Communication Technology that will be held virtually on November 24, 2020. National Anthem of Republik Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, ICOIACT is to promote discussion and interaction among academics, researchers, and professionals in the field of technology and information engineering. This conference provides an international forum for presentation and showcase of the recent advance of various aspects of ubiquitous technology. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third ICOIACT, exploring the role of artificial intelligence for creative industry 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by the committee chair. I would like to invite Dr. Arif Stianto, the General Chair of the third ICOIACT, to deliver his welcome speech. Please welcome Dr. Arif Stianto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Could you hear my voice, Pak Sat, ya?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for time. Welcome to ICOIACT 2020. Firstly, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm glad to be here with everyone. Firstly, I would like to give appreciation and my gratitude to all of the honorable keynote speaker, Professor Kamal Zuhairi from Universiti Malaysia Pahang, Professor Zainal Hasibuan from APTIKOM, Head of IEEE Indonesia section and its representative, Rector of Universitas Amikom and their management staff, Head of Directorate General of Higher Education, Region 5 and its representative, and IEEE student branch. I also want to extend my gratitude to all of the committee members, reviewers, and last but not least, I would like to welcome and express my gratitude to all of the participants from of these conferences from 10 countries this year. We have some participants from Malaysia, from Germany, China, India, Algeria, Thailand, Australia, South Korea, Taiwan, and of course from Indonesia. This year, ICOIACT was initiated 3 years ago. So this is the third conference of ICOIACT, and we focus on quality of these conferences. Therefore, if we see the rejection, the acceptance rate this year is at 42%. So it's quite low. Last year's was 45%, and in the first year, it's around 48%, the acceptance rate. So congratulations for all participants who are here today, because your paper is already selected to present in this conference, and that means that you already passed the reviewing process, which is quite tough this year. And also, I would like to draw your attention to the number of the papers who submitted to this conference year by year. In the first year, we have around 340 papers, and it's declined a bit in 2019. It was 314, and this year we only received a submission of 240 papers. So it's declined quite a lot this year. Probably it is because of the pandemic situation. But again, we focus on the quality. Therefore, even though the number of submission is declining, we keep the reviewing process become harder. So the acceptance rate is also declining. Therefore, it means that the conference is quite better quality than the last conference in 2019. We also wanted to tell you about the number of papers submitted by committee member and the reviewer. This year, we got around 48 papers from the reviewer and the committee member, but the reviewing process for them even tougher, even harder. So this year, only 33% of the papers submitted by committee member and reviewer passed the reviewing process. Therefore, it is a lower acceptance rate than the general participants, because for the reviewer and committee member, we only have 16 submitted to this conference. Even me as a general chairs, I have 3 papers submitted to this conference and only 1 paper accepted in these conferences. Okay, so we keep the quality as the main focus of these conferences. Okay, the objective of this conference is a meeting point to the researcher, industry, and government. Therefore, we really want the impact of these conferences in a post-conference collaborations. I hope every one of you enjoy this conference and you can make a collaboration between the participants or between the participant and the keynote speaker. And we would like to see in the near future, you have better collaboration from these conferences. For example, last year conference is also, we are in AMICOM, for example, have some collaborations after these conferences. So we have a paper, a collaborated paper with researcher from UK. We have a joint proposal and so on and so forth. And I hope you will be able to use this conference as an opportunity to make a new collaboration of your research and academics. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this year is a special year because this conference has been conducted under the pandemic situation. Therefore, we move this conference, we migrate this conference into online conferences. Well, this is not only our problem, but this is worldwide problems right now. We face a situation where we have a lot of restriction in terms of mobility. Therefore, we have to organize this conference through online, but I hope that it will not decrease the quality of the conference itself. This year, all of the scientists all around the world are working overtime in order to solve a lot of problems caused by the COVID-19 pandemics. And I think we are, as a community, as a researcher in computer science and informatics, also has a role and responsibility. Last year we talked about opportunity, but this year we have we talk about the role and opportunity in order to participate, in order to contribute as a part of the solution of the pandemic and the new world order. We have a lot of problems, for example, in educations, a lot of almost all of the school and universities now implementing in unplanned online learning. We never know the outcome of this process. Therefore, as a computer scientist, for example, the world needs our contribution, for example, to make the online learning become better process. For example, by understanding how the student engagement with the learning process, by understanding how the possibility of cheating in the examination, for example, and we can use it with artificial intelligence, computer vision, and so many technologies that we already learned before. And in healthcare, for example, we need a day in the health service need a lot of migration in terms of delivering a service with minimum contacts. Therefore, internet, computer vision, artificial intelligence, lot of contribution we can deliver it soon because of these world problems. Therefore, I want to draw your attentions in this conference that right now the world needs our contribution to make a better world for the better humanity in the new world order. I think that's all. Thank you very much for all of participants. Thank you very much for having me here. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Satya.
Thank you, Dr. Arif. Thank you, Dr. Arif, for the welcome speech. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the speech delivered by Rector of Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Muhammad Suyanto, MM. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Suyanto, MM.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants. Today, I would like to talk about creative economy part and at Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta. I would like to share my PowerPoint to you. Maybe just 1 minute. Okay, Pak Satya?
Okay, bro.
PowerPoint, okay. And welcome to the third International Conference on Information and Communication Technology 2020. And welcome to Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta, and welcome to Yogyakarta. And special thanks for Professor Kamal from Pahang University, and special thanks for Professor Dr. Zainal Hasibuan, Head of APTIKOM. Today I would like to talk about creative economy parks. My name is Suyanto. Su means good, Yanto smart and handsome. So Suyanto, good, smart and handsome. I have divided my presentation in two parts. First, my PowerPoint, and second, my video trailer. Because of limited time, I present quickly. Okay. COVID-19 pushes world to a crisis. Crisis is a turning point. So, how to manage a crisis? Amikom turning point, we try to choose first generation, second generation university, the third generation university, and we choose the fourth generation university. What is the fourth generation university? Objective of education and open innovation. Our research collaborate with Silicon Valley Innovation Center and Hollywood and New York company. I think it's very interesting. And what is ecosystem? This is our ecosystem of Amikom Creative Economy Park. We have commercial enterprises. We have MSV Pictures, animated film company. We have MSV Mataram Suryavisi, advertising agency. We have Time Excelindo, ICT company. We have Cheat Solutions, software house and game studio. And we have RPTV, and we have Amikom Business Park. I think very interesting. And the center of creative economy park is Universitas AMIKOM Yogyakarta. And we collaborate because open innovation with Hollywood company, and we collaborate with New York company and Silicon Valley. I think, yeah, interesting of creative economy part. Why Silicon Valley? The first market, I think market, many early adopter of new technology. The second is human capital, talent pool and social network. The third is sport. I think service infrastructure and many supplier from outsourcing. We try to from Hollywood project and then enter to AMIKOM company. This is our idea. Yeah. And finance, yes, I think now the most admired company in the world, number one in Silicon Valley, second in Silicon Valley, I think, and third is New York, and the fourth is Hollywood or Walt Disney. So we try to collaborate with this company in this location. And culture, an entrepreneur spirit and culture. I think it's very interesting for AMIKOM University. This is what is Silicon Valley Innovation Center. This is next week, President Silicon Valley Innovation Center is going to visit to Universitas AMIKOM Yogyakarta and collaborate with Universitas AMIKOM. I think very interesting because we have channel Silicon Valley and Universitas AMIKOM. We can collaborate with you, with participant. A big opportunity for ICT project, I think. This is Andriy Kunov. Maybe next week, or yeah, next week. I think it's a big opportunity for Universitas AMIKOM Yogyakarta. Silicon Valley Technology Research, exponential companies, corporate innovation, new unicorn, emerging technologies, disruptive innovation, inbound marketing, digital transformation, self-disruption strategy, and so on. I think very interesting. So we try to collaborate with Silicon Valley Innovation Center. This is the sixth, I think, emerging technology and Silicon Valley. The first, big data and predictive analytics. Second is artificial intelligence and machine learning. The third is augmented reality and virtual reality. The fourth is autonomous vehicle, and the fifth blockchain and Internet of Things. The center of Silicon Valley Innovation Center, and then technology giant. For example, Apple, Amazon, IBM. We try to collaborate with this giant company, and then Silicon, and then unicorn and startup. Beside this, we collaborate with Silicon Valley. We try to collaborate with Hollywood in film. I call Jogjawood, Yogyakarta and Hollywood. Very interesting because Indonesia top 16 for film market. I think very interesting for us. Yeah. This is our platform based on culture and then story, design, production, branding, channeling, and we have valuation. If I sell animation in Indonesia, maybe only 10 juta US dollar, 10 juta rupiah, or 10 10 million rupiahs. Yeah. But in Hollywood, $10 million. I think it's very interesting. So we try to make film for Hollywood market. For Indonesia have 7,000 island of imagination. We have maybe more than 7,000 stories. I think very interesting. We try to make our formula, the film story is based on Indonesian culture with Hollywood storytelling pattern. This is our formula. And we collaborate with David Reynolds, writer of Finding Nemo. I think very interesting. And we collaborate with Marco Basalmo, Achisaka, Akira, Golden Snail, Amir Hamza, Gigi, Crescent Light. This is our film. Yeah. We collaborate with Manu Gargi. Yeah. Silence, director of Silence of Manu's film is by Martin Scorsese. Yeah. 2 Oscar. I think very interesting. This is this Achisaka, Akira, our film, yeah. And Golden Snail, Crescent Light, and we collaborate with Marco Basalmo from New York, executive producer and director from New York. The next year, we mix Forza, Indonesian story, but Hollywood technology, Hollywood storytelling patterns. And we collaborate with Alexander Wright and Francisca Eastwood, Clint Eastwood's daughter. I think very interesting. This is me. Next year, Kill for Her. Alexander Wright, Timun Mas, and Kill for Her. And we collaborate with executive producer Jill Adler, producer of Superman Return. And brochure, try you make Indonesian story for me. Okay, I try to make for synopsis a local story. Expel is like Prince Manuhara, relief of Borobudur Temple. Yeah. Harden in Hollywood, Frozen we have Harden, Roro Junggrang. In Hollywood, Stray we have Lutung Kasarung. And Hollywood Water of Life, Bima and Dewa Ruci. I think very interesting for Hollywood because mythology. This is background of Achisaka. And we try to produce with Hollywood cinematography style. This is our book, Cinematography of Oscar winner and box office. Editing of Oscar winner and box office. I think very interesting. And we collaborate with Nick Camacho. Who is Nick? He is a visual effect of Beauty and the Beast. I think very interesting. So we try to make big film, collaborate with Nick. And then branding, and then Battle of Surabaya November 10 as 40 international awards. I think very interesting for this film. It's produced by Universitas APTIKOM and in Hollywood International Moving Picture Film Festival, November 10 as Best Animation. I think very interesting. Okay, we collaborate with Mickey Mierson, Walt Disney lawyer, and we collaborate with. We have office in China and Shenzhen, we have office in Los Angeles and we have office in Singapore for distributing our film. And we collaborate with Netflix and we collaborate with GCAT and Amazon. This is we can leverage our IP and theatrical or live event, and this is our cinema, APTIKOM Cinema, Battle of Surabaya in Theater Keong Mas, and we have digital platform, Garuda Indonesia, Qatar Etihad, Battle of Surabaya, and Best TV China, and Star TV China, and Guangdong TV China. I think very interesting. We can distributed our film in China, and we collaborate with Amazon, Amazon for worldwide and Amazon for UK. I think it's very interesting. We hope we invest $2 million and gross sale $7 until $8 million. Yeah. Ajisaka is like that, maybe $7.5 million. So Ajisaka, we hope more than N219 aircraft. This is our dream. Yeah. This is Akira, Golden Snail, Crescent Light, and we have leveraged to King, yeah. And publishing, merchandising, and we hope 2025 Indonesia Center of World-Class Film Industry, and 2030 Center of World-Class Creative Industry. So we have dot, and thank you. After that, I tried to play our video trailer for film. Maybe I have Mr. Satya, 5 minutes.
Prof. We have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Play video.
Okay. And then Achisaka.
Do you really think a scrawny kid like you forgive me? Only by understanding yourself will you understand your power.
Welcome to Java. You don't need to worry about some monocle boy.
That stupid prophecy will never come true.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Yanto, for your remarkable speech.
And thank you for your attention. I think that's all. Peace be upon you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you, Prof. Yanto, for your remarkable speech, and also congratulations for collaboration between Universitas Amikom and also Silicon Valley Innovation Center. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest presenter and participant, our next agenda is keynote speech by Prof. Zainal Arifin Hasibuan from APTIKOM and Prof. Kamal Zuhairi from Universiti Malaysia Pahang. The keynote speech will be moderated by Dr. Alfa Hendi Muhammad from Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta. He got his Doctor of Philosophy from University of Technology Sydney, and his research area is adaptive system modeling, assistive technology, instant learning, knowledge discovery, and data analytics. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Dr. Alfa Hendi Muhammad.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Satya, for your warm introduction. Thank you very much for the time you have given to me. Director of Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta, distinguished speaker, participant, guys, all ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the International Conference on Information and Communication Technology organized by Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta in association with the IEEE Indonesian section. Thank you for joining us. I'm honored to be here today. Let me introduce myself first. I am Alfa Hendi Muhammad from Universitas Amikom Yogyakarta, and I will be the moderator for this plenary season. I am so excited today to get you through this season, even though we have to run our conference online due to pandemic COVID-19. So in this occasion, we have about 100 participants across Asia Pacific country, including Germany and some of North African countries. With your cooperation, this conference will be a platform where academics, experts, and professionals from the world demonstrate their practical knowledge and also best practices on cutting-edge technology. So today, our session will be featuring some of the most exciting recent development in IT, with focusing on exploring the role of artificial intelligence for creative industry 4.0. And then we will also discuss how to address the information problem using the meta-heuristic and hyper-heuristic algorithm. Okay, in this session, I already have two honorable guys. Let me first introduce you our first guys, Professor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan. He will be the speaker for the first session. Let me share the slide. Okay, Professor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan is our first speaker. I believe many of you have recognized him, very famous in Indonesia. He holds a Ph.D. degree from Indiana University, USA, and currently active as a professor in Computer Science Department at Universitas Dianuswantoro, formerly at Universitas Indonesia. He also chairman of Association of Higher Education in Informatics and Computer Science. The research interest is in information retrieval and software engineering. Okay, I would like to welcome our first speaker, Prof. Zainal. How are you, Professor?
I'm fine, thank you.
Wonderful, Professor. So you will be our first speaker, Professor. You have 45 minutes.
Okay.
After your speech, please stay with us because we have another second speaker, and then we continue our session to Q&A session.
Okay.
Okay, Professor, you may start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Allow me to share the screen. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my presentation. First of all, I would like to send my warm regard to my respected fellow, Professor Muhammad Suyanto, Rector of University of AMICOM or AMICOM University. Thank you for this opportunity. And also I would like to say a very good morning to all of the participants, presenters, and also to other keynote speakers. Hopefully with this conference, we'll get a very fruitful ideas how this artificial intelligence can be placed in our research agenda. The topic of my presentation is modeling artificial intelligence in the creative industry 4.0, challenges and opportunities. This presentation is for the general participants. It's not really too mathematical, so everyone can follow this. But behind this presentation, hopefully everyone can get an ideas how the artificial intelligence take place in the creative industry 4.0. Okay, let's see. Okay, the agenda of my presentation is, first of all, we would like to get the same perceptions. What do we mean by creative industry? And what are the scopes of creative industry? And then how artificial intelligence plays its role in creative industry. And then I deep down more detail how the modeling automation systems for creative industry 4.0 products. And then challenges and opportunity in implementing artificial intelligence in the creative industry and conclusion. So what is creative industry? I just took it from several sources. As you can see this, the idea of creative industry is a industry that really built in the society, in the individuals, also embedded cultures in there. So this is a very relevant to our situations where we are very rich in cultures. We are diverse, our diversity in Indonesia flourish a lot of creative industry. So again, that the topic or the themes of this conference is very interesting, and hopefully everyone can take a benefit of this conference. This is very interesting conference because very much relevant to situation in Indonesia right now, where which direction actually our industry should go. So one of the big potential industries that can develop and flourish in Indonesia is a creative industry. So sometimes as the Prof. Suyanto present his presentations, creative industry sometimes call it creative economy because it is a very specific to a certain area. It is very unique to certain cultures, etc. And it is that's the value come from. Okay, characteristic of the creative industry in general, it is human creativity, skills, and talents. So it is why the creative industry in one place most likely different than another place. So it is the uniqueness where the value come out. Primary production input is intellectual capitals. It is in innovations. Place specificity, as I mentioned, geographically, area, ethnic, etc., embed this creative industry. The output can be characterized as artistic and cultural. It is part of economic development of cities, regions, and countries. So, nature of creative industry, usually or mostly small and relatively lack of development because it is very cultural, it is very village, yeah, it's very specific to certain ethnic, for example, mostly categorized as micro and small enterprise. So from this nature of creative industry later on, we try to formulate how the artificial intelligence will take place. Business model inherits from the family business, life cycle product relatively short, cash flow covers routine activities, lack of supply chains management and customer relationships management applications, lack of strategic planning, of course, often not considered competitors because it is built in a certain group of people or a certain group of ethnic from certain areas. So, scope of creative industry, as mentioned before by the Ministry of Industry, is cover advertising, antiques, architectures, craft, computer service and software, design, fashion, interactive games, music, etc. So I think Prof. Suyanto presentations reflects most of our creative industry that unique in Indonesia. And then how do we transform this creative industry in the digital era? So this is a very challenging because it is open up the creative industry to the social network. It is the paradigm shifts of how the supply chains can be maintained so the product and services stay in the high quality, and also how do we maintain the customer so the product or the service for this creative industry can be maintained and developed and spread out more wider. So this creative industry 4.0, it has to be transformed, especially in this era of industrial revolution of 4.0, where the mindsets and cultures, like it or not, we have to adjust according to the development of the technology. And also, not to mention the environments of governments, business peoples, technology itself, it has to be together form the ecology of creative industry 4.0. It cannot take just one side and then forget another side. It has to be a group and collective effort in order to transform our traditional creative industry to the more modern creative industry 4.0. So, and then where actually how artificial intelligence can take its role, or it can play its role in this creative industry. Before we get into it, let's see what is the definition of artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence, it is the study of how to train the computers so that the computer can do things which at present human can do better. So actually we are using computer to train the computer acting and thinking like humans. It is a very wide area of applications. So more specific of artificial intelligence that most relevant from my point of view is machine learning. What is the machine learning? The learning in which machine can learn by its own without being explicitly programmed. It is an application. So I would like to focus on this machine learning. From this machine learning, actually, we can teach the systems so that the system can learn by itself and develop according to our directions, and it can perform better than human being. So how does it relate it to creative industry? As we can see, most of the creative industry is a human intellectuals. Most of the product of creative industry come out from the society itself, from the cultures, from the ethnics, from the area of geography, certain area of geographies, etc. Not much actually if we expecting development on the product itself. But do not forget the development of everything. For example, the customer behaviors, and also the technology, and also the behaviors. It all lend themselves to be embedded to any kinds of creative industry products. So we can teach, with a lot of data. Previously, we have to collect a lot of data, and we can teach the systems so that the system can learn what are the next products, what are the next creations that can be more adaptive to the customer, that can be most likely by the people, its behaviors, etc., etc. And when we look at into more deeper, as Prof. Suyanto presentation, a lot of characters being shown in the animation. So how that characters come out? Where does it come from? And by feeding all the informations, actually previous information, and also the ecology, and also the futures, and also the imagination, etc., and computer promise will perform better than human being. So we can provide, we can produce more objects that we cannot think of before, or we can produce characters that learns from the previous character. It is become new character, etc. So it's all talking about learning, and the input of this learning is the previous components, whether it is from the objects, from the characters, from the environment, from the futures, from the imagination, etc., to the computer, especially to the machine learning. So we can easily produce more products, more services, more character, whatever we need in order to enhance the product of creative industry. So that's the basic ideas where the artificial intelligence can take place in creative industry. Of course, the detail behind that is very complicated, not as easy as I mentioned, but thanks God, a lot of tools right now is already available. The problems that we have now, we have a lack of big data about what we have previously that we don't think before it is a very valuable asset. Now, from now on, hopefully, we have to consider all the components or the part that we develop our previous product. It can be an input to the machine learning, and machine learning we can teach to do something else. that much better, that much more creative, that's much more faster, etc., etc. So this is the direction that, from my opinions, what we have to push, how the AI involved in creative industry. Actually, AI, it can be a robot or humanoid robot, or it can be an application or automation system. So I prefer, from my point of view, artificial intelligence more suitable to creative industry if we develop an automation system. What the system that we would like to automate? We have to automate, for example, parts or components that we have previously to create another object, another idea, another character, etc., etc. It's much better and faster. So this is the framework that I propose, how the artificial intelligence automation system will be developed instead of a robotic. This is what I call end-to-end cycle of patterns and meaningful insight. More detail, I put it in the table as follow. Like the step one, capturing humans and machine behavior, everything. So if you already have previous products for animations, a lot of components, a lot of parts involved in that product, in that films, animation film, etc. So those become a very valuable assets, and then we can get a lot of list of requirements, and it is can be mapped to user preference. We can capture all kinds of user. Maybe one character is more suitable to what type of the people, what type of the age viewer, etc., etc. And then from there, AI can diagnose, can play its diagnostic power to identify what actually users would like to see, and what actually the behavior can be produced, etc., etc. So this is just one example. Step 1, step 2, step 3 until step 7. This is what I call the end-to-end cycles of patterns and meaningful insight. As we can see in the last columns, the power of artificial intelligence in doing diagnostic, in doing detection, in doing classification and prediction, in doing reusability, also in the prescriptions, and also get a new insight, new idea, etc. Those are the potential of artificial intelligence that can do in the creative industry. So how do we model the automation system, which is embedded artificial intelligence in that for creative industry 4.0 product? So let's see the definition of what do we mean by automation. Automation is the creation and application of technology to monitor and control the production and deliver of product and services. So from the what we call maybe value chains of producing animation film, for example, a lot of activity get involved in it. Several that needs a lot of human man hours before, it can be replaced by automation based on artificial intelligence. So let's see how empowering versus replacing human capability. It is more convinced to us that it is better to provide automation system by application, what I mean, instead of robotic, because robotic replacing human skills, human powers, etc. We don't want in our small medium enterprise. This is the catch. We don't want in our small medium enterprise this human skill, this human power replaced by robot, because we still need a lot of jobs available and can be done by human instead of by robot. But instead, by having automation systems, we can replace the power of human. Have a limitation on that. For example, with all this, a lot of various components, how we can provide a new components that more adaptable, more suitable to a certain age of people, certain areas, etc., etc. So that's the power of prediction, classification, detection, diagnostic of artificial intelligence. So again, we have to be careful. Imagine that, for example, our carpenters being replaced by robotic. So we will lose our maybe culture embedded in that. Our carpenter will be fading away, replaced by robot. So we don't want to have that kind of artificial intelligence implementation. We would like to have application of artificial intelligence system is in the automation system that where the human power, humans' imaginations have a limitation to that, especially in this creative industry. Okay, so traditional creative industry transformed to creative industry 4.0. As we can see, look at, I just give several examples: music, film, gaming, advertising, design, art and fashion, etc. It all potentially can be transformed to creative industry 4.0 by introducing all this technology. It is not replacing the human being, but it is enhancing the capability of our human being, especially most of the creative industry workers are a traditional worker. Okay, so AI-based creative industry 4.0, in order to create and to form the ecosystems, it must be multi-stakeholders models. Governments, businessmen, academicians, community has to gather up together. It is supposed to be a collective effort in order to form this creative industry, because it is embedded in there. We have to preserve our cultures. We have to develop also our cultures in order to adapt to the new technology, to the advancement of knowledge. But at the same token, we have to maintain our value, our religions, our cultures. We don't want to be a foreigner in our own country. We don't want to be someone that really awkward to our own country. So this has to be very careful how this creative industry, especially that embed in their cultures, value, etc. By implementing artificial intelligence, we don't want to erase our cultures, our value. Instead, we would like to enhance it and adapt it to the new technology and knowledge. So this is the idea. The government, the academicians, the businessmen, the community, it has to be mutually collective effort in order to create the ecosystems of creative industry 4.0. So again, at the same token, by introducing artificial intelligence, it's not merely the technology itself come with it. It is also has to be what we call collective effort from who has the idea. It doesn't have to be people from computer science who have an idea, but the idea has to be transformed to the business model. And it doesn't have to be, again, computer scientists or IT technologies should model the business model. It can become from economy, from social science, etc., etc. So all these cycles, again, has to be created, has to be placed in order to have a very strong creative industry environment that adaptive to the modernization, adaptive to the changing of society due to the technology industrial revolution 4.0. Again, with the COVID also as well, it forced us to change. So the change that we face right now is also has to be respond to what kind of creative industry that more suitable by sending message or by sending good word, by sending everything to the audience or to the users, to the customer, etc., through these products of creative industry. Again, AI has a big role in that. So, for example, how we can the product when we produce, we are very good in producing creative industry product. But at the same token, we have a limitation how to access to the market, how to widening the market, how to increase the productivity, how to reduce the cost production, how to maintain supply chain, etc. So all of this can be support and enabling by introducing artificial intelligence. By introducing artificial intelligence, especially machine learning, we can learn whether or not the product accepted by customers or vice versa, whether the customer want to certain kinds of product, etc., etc. So all of these ideas behind this implementation of artificial intelligence make things much easier, and of course it can improve quality our creative industry in Indonesia. This is for examples what we call it's very quick response to the market needs. We can develop automatic e-business application by capturing the customer's preference or community's preference, and also the whatever change around us, and then our application adapted due to it's already learned, and then it can provide services as quickly as possible. This is one of our research, how we can develop application as quickly as possible to as a service to the small medium enterprise that involved in creative industry. And this is an example. Another example is how we develop a game Dayabaya using a lot of components behind it, whether it is for example specific characteristic in certain area, and we use all of the components to be a game. So it is easy for us to learn what kind of specific cultures in certain area. So this is very good also to the students in the elementary school, middle schools, in order to learn and how rich the Indonesia in its cultures, and also of course it is behind this creative industry. And at the same token, it is also an attraction to the foreign tourism. This is for examples how we can develop a game based on cultures. We develop village that attach to a certain ethnic using components that representing that ethnic. That's for the game. This is for self-explanation of tour guide. For example, there are foreign tourists look at a lot of batiks, and then they photo it instead of the asking what this batik is all about, where does it come from, etc. So with self-explanation of tour guide, it provides all the information the tourist needs. So again, this is an examples of creative industry where the artificial intelligence can take place. This is for examples, we have twofold purpose. One is to preserve our cultures, what we call Indonesiana, and then the second one, this can be used to attract more tourisms, more automatic, and also recognize preference of the tourisms about the cultures they would like to see in Indonesia, etc., etc. Again, that is a very big opportunity for the artificial intelligence can help our creative industry to reach more customers. Yeah. Okay. This is a digitalization and computation of cultural heritage and natural history. We unbelievable rich about how diverse we are, not only the cultures but also the natures, Lake Toba, Merapi Mountain, etc. All of them, if we put it in a certain things and also embed in their artificial intelligence, it can be a very attractive object for the tourists, not only foreign tourists, but also domestic tourists. Okay, this is also another things that we do in Universitas Dianuswantoro, we try to use all the components of our traditional music and then put it into digital. So we don't have to bring all this heavy stuff if we want to make a performance in another place. Also, at the same token, people can learn easily how to use gamelan, how to use sekali's angklung. So we already have a e-angklung, but we have to do more to it, especially how to recognize the what to call it, the rims, the rhymes, and then create a new rhyme, etc. So again, this is a big opportunity for our Indonesian fellow to develop our cultural asset, our cultural heritage asset into a modern creative industry products. Okay, this is another example that we do. This is, for example, for the self-explanation touring. Maybe a tourist see a batik at the first level, they know, okay, this is from a certain area, but they would like to know more if the patterns of batik like this is used in a certain activity, in a certain ethnic traditional performance, etc., etc. So we can dive into more deeper the information that may attach to our cultural product. In this case, is a creative industry. Okay, so what is the impact of AI-based automation system to creative industry? First, we can provide a quick product design. This for example, this for sure, because it can learn from the previous one. We can also create a new ideas and then put it into real things. So that's the promise of artificial intelligence to this creative industry. Secondly, high reusability of product components. I can imagine Prof. Suyanto making that animation films, a lot of components involved in that. So for sure, if we do or we make another films, a lot of component that previously already developed, already created, it can be reused. So AI help us. What are the components that can be used and can modify according to our idea, according to our directions, so that we get another product, but the effort to do that not as much as the previous product, because a lot of components being reused. So, and then customer-oriented product, we can capture easily what are the actually customer preference in using our creative product, creative industry product. Again, these patterns of customers can be easily captured by artificial intelligence, and then provide analysis and input and recommendation to the producers how to fulfill the needs or to sufficient the customer needs. Time to market, there's also for sure responsive to change and adapt, higher quality product as more data being collected, learn and relearn of the product making, quick distribution, after sales service, etc. So again, a lot of impact that may provide by implementation AI, artificial intelligence in creative industry. So what are the challenges and opportunity implementing artificial intelligence in the creative industry? First, collaboration among stakeholders. It is not easy how the creators, creative product, business and government can work together. Maybe we have a lot of genius or what you call that inherent product in certain ethnic, etc., or that can use in our creative industry, but it is not, if it is not supported by the government, by the businessmen, it cannot be developed. Again, supply chain management, a lot of components need to be provided. This should be maintained and secure, so the product can also have high quality. Customer relationship management, economic scale development, maintaining and developing knowledge and skill in the era of industry revolution 4.0, and then industrial revolution 4.0 technology, 3D printing, artificial intelligence. We have to be careful with this 3D printing. We don't want to replace our what you call that inherent skills that we have by this automation 3D printing, because we don't want to lose the assets of our ethnic, our cultures, our value by replacing with the technology. So again, I would like to emphasize automation system based on artificial intelligence is more suitable to our creative industry. Okay, challenges, replacing human skills. This is what I mean. Hence, fading away cultural assets. We don't want this happen. So we don't want to have a wrong decision, make wrong decisions due to this industrial revolution 4.0. A lot of idea already come out being discussed. We would like to replace our carpenters, our sculptures making, etc., with 3D printing. From my point of view, it's not really appropriate. 3D printing can replace human skills that mostly needed in the micro and small enterprise. And for sure, I don't think this is the direction that we would like to take. High productivity versus hands-on low productivity. So, of course, 3D printing can produce with a high speed, time to market, but at the same tokens, we were losing our inherent skill that will from generation to generation. So we would like to maintain it, but at the same token, there are another areas of artificial intelligence can be implemented in the creative industry. So conclusion, this is my last slide. Indonesia, with her rich cultural heritage and natural history, has a big potential to develop creative industry. This is for sure. Most of the products of creative industries are inherited in the soul of Indonesians. So the uniqueness, it can be guaranteed. No other places has like what Indonesia has. With the implementation of big data and artificial intelligence into creative industry, the opportunity to develop local context, I underline, local context, creative industry 4.0 become even bigger and bigger. We are not in that, we are not really there yet, but hopefully we can expedite, we can speed up as soon as possible. Artificial intelligence can be placed in this creative industry. Otherwise, we will lose our opportunity. Okay, the advancement of industrial revolution technology and combining with local context creative industry 4.0 will bring Indonesia to a more competitive nation. This is what exactly what Prof. Suyanto showed us with the product of animations. You can compete with other products from other nations, other countries. AI-based automation system is able to identify, diagnose, classify, categorize, prediction, prescription in order to improve the performance of local context creative industry 4.0. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can get a benefit from this presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Zainal, for your presentation. Very interesting and inspiring. The potential of artificial intelligence and machine learning not only will help our daily routine or automate something, but now it also allows us to enhance more the domain like the creative industry. Can you imagine our technology now can be trained to learn and create anything creative? This will be interesting to wait the product of creative industry 4.0 in the future, as our country very rich of cultural heritage and history. Okay, next, I would like to invite our second speaker, Professor Kamal Zuhairi Zamli from Malaysia. Okay. Okay, just brief introduction. Professor Kamal got PhD degree from University of Newcastle, UK, and currently active as professor in computer science at Universiti Malaysia Pahang. Research interests in software testing, software engineering, and also algorithm. And for today, the topic he will give to us about addressing the team formation problems based on meta-heuristic and hyper-heuristics algorithms. Hello, Professor Kamal, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good.
It's very heavy raining outside, so you hear a lot of rain.
Oh, no worries, we can clearly hear your voice. Okay, same with previous speaker, you have 45 minutes to give your presentation, and then we will continue our discussion with all the participants.
All right, thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to send my gratitude to Professor Suyanto and Dr. Arif, Mr. Allen for inviting me to give the keynote for today. And also I would like to thank all the participants for staying and for listening what I have to say. And also to everyone that's present here, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me share my screen now. Okay, today I'll be presenting a talk on addressing team formation problems based on meta-heuristic and hyper-heuristic algorithms. So my outline will be, I'll talk about the need for systematic approach for team formation problem and modeling a team as optimization problem and some solution representation, a bit about our implementation. And then I'm going to highlight also how to build this thing using hyper-heuristic. And then perhaps I'm going to talk about some future work. So basically, before I start, let me tell you where I'm coming from. I'm coming from, of course, you know, I'm coming from Malaysia, but I'm coming from a place, from a state called Pahang. We are close to the capital city of Kuantan. From Kuantan to Kuala Lumpur, if you drive, it's about 3 hours. But you take a flight about 45 minutes. So very close to Kuala Lumpur. I think Prof. Suyanto and Dr. Arif have been to UMP. So I'm coming from UMP Malaysia, so they've come to UMP. So I would welcome everyone. If you have a time or you know, opportunity, you can come to Malaysia and even to UMP. So now, so basically, I'm going to start the topic I'm going to talk about. Let's say we want to have a football match, Earth versus Mars. So you are given a task of a manager to select the best team members to represent the Earth, to play football with Mars. Let's say in the next 20 years, we have met with the people in Mars and they ask us to play football with them. So you are supposed to build a team. And who would you select? This is the first question, to play football with Mars. Now, whenever you talk about footballers, typical consideration you would do is you will look into the skills or competency of the footballer himself, the salaries and the age. So you have millions of candidates of footballers around the world. So then you have to find the skill, the salaries within your budget, and the age. You don't want an old footballer, and so on and so forth. So effectively, you are forming a dream team of footballers. Okay. Now, typically, when you look at you look at about skills or competency. Some people interchangeably use skills and competency, which we will be using this anyway. Skills about individuals. Competency It's about the whole, how the jigsaw fits together into the whole picture. So basically, skills are specific to a particular job, or competency is actually a collection of skill with knowledge and ability. But in our work, we assume that they are the same. Skill, and to make the discussion simple, we assume that competency and skill are two of the same thing in this presentation. Now, now we want to build a team. So teamwork is a cooperative or combined effort of group of persons working together as a team for a common cause. You can have a team of Avengers to defeat the bad guys, whatever, but you have a team is actually a cooperative or combined effort of a group to form a team. Now, distributed teams are the future of work. Now that, for example, people now are talking about distributed teams. You don't take a team from the same organization. You typically, you can take the organization or the team from different countries, even from different continents. Okay, so the era of big data, rapid technology development, not all required expertise reside in single department and organization. It is often costly to do so. For example, if you want to have a very good team to build Windows, you cannot be getting, you can get cheaper programmers, for example, from India, compared to you get a programmer in USA. So that you want to maybe distribute, rather than hiring them on your payload, monthly payload, you can hire them as per requirement that you need. So this is the idea of distributed team. So this is the future of work. Why we're saying this is future of work? Well, let's see. Let's say, remember that we have Lazada. I'm not sure you have Lazada there, but you have Shopee, virtual mall, or you have Grab, Uber, or Gojek. Lazada and Shopee may be the largest shopping mall in the world, but they don't have any single mall. Similarly, Grab, Uber, or Gojek is a taxi company without taxi. In other words, it's the largest company in the world, but they don't have any taxi. So the idea here is that there's a new way of doing business where you have a lean organization where you don't hire people, rather you hire them per project basis. In other words, you form them a team when you need them, but when you don't need them, you don't pay them monthly salary. So this is actually the way that we do new model of doing business where we are doing lean organization. And you can have, for example, an expert consultant company, a team without physical presence, only a team of 2 or 3 people, but when you have a project, you can hire people with different skill and pay them as per project basis, so that your company or your organization can very lean organization and very minimal requirement of operating cost for that company. So this is a new way of doing business. You can look at, for example, here you have many people distributed, expertise distributed in this world. And then you want to choose who that you want to be in your team so that you can execute a project. So this is the idea of forming a team. Say, for example, you want to build a network of persons with shared competency and skill that you want to form. For example, you can have maybe this guy in the red, they are one team, and the other on the other team, but they can have a common overlapping team. So possible team formation is distributed because in this IR 4.0, our expert can be residing, for example, expert in animation. Maybe it's being used by the US company, but the expert comes from Indonesia, for example. So similarly, in other expert. So that will involve distributed team from different continent, time zone, and may involve multiple organizations. So the question we want to ask you is that what is the model to form a successful team? So this is the main topic that we're going to look into today. Say, for example, I'm modeling a software development team. Assume that we have a software development project that requires the following competency. I want some expert in software testing. I want some expert in engines. I want some expert in optimization. So these are the following competency that I want. So I want to find who are the suitable member that I have here that I can take and form a good team which has this defined competency. Assuming that I have the database of expert as follows. I have a guy named by Kamal. His expertise or competency is actually software engineering, computational intelligence, and software testing. So he has one of the skill required, but he doesn't have all the other skill. And you have Al Sawari, for example, he has the same skill as Kamal. Nizam has other skills, but for example, Al Sawari also have the same skill, software testing. Nizam has a skill, does not have any of the skill I require. In other words, he doesn't have any of the third skill which are required. Mustafizur, he has computation engine. So he has one of the skill that we want. You know, so the other one, optimization. He has two of the skill that we need to do the project. And similarly, Azad has networking, artificial intelligence, which does not have the skill that we don't have need the skill that he has. And for example, Nasir has software testing optimization. So he has two of the skill we want. So the question is, how am I or how on earth we can build a team from this list of experts? So now we can model a team cost as interconnected mode, where we look at, for example, A and B. What's common in A and B? You can link from person A to B is 1 minus the common skill they have over the total skill that they have. For instance, okay, if I look from perspective of, let's say, Kamal to Azad. Okay, from Kamal to Azad, I have Kamal, this is Azad. Plus, I have 1 minus the common skill that we had together. If Kamal and Azad, we have no common skill. So this actually is 0 over the total skill that we had, 6. So 1 minus 0. So the link I have with Kamal and Azad is 1. That means this is the cost of interacting me with Azad. Now, the higher the cost, meaning that the more in common skill that we have. If I have a common skill, for example, me, for example, with Al Sawari, we have the common skill. This is equal to 1 minus 1, because the common skill, this become, the common skill is 3, or 3 over 3, 1 minus 3 is 0. So I don't have any connection with Al Sawari, because I have no cost to him, because we have the same skill. But if you look at M. Nizam, for example, here, Kamal with M. Nizam, we have a common skill of computational intelligence. Okay, and then this is why you have this here, the skill with me and Nizam, you can combine the two skill. So if you take the two skill combined, you have 1, 2, 3, and Nizam has timetabling, which is new, and this is software engineering, is the same. So he has the unique one is software engineering, computational intelligence, software testing, and timetabling. So actually 4. So the denominator is 4. The common skill we had is actually software engineering, computational intelligence. So 2 over 4. This is 1 minus 0.5. This is why my interaction cost with him is 0.5. So initially, we model the interaction between a person that we had as in terms of cost. And we have this calculation, and we form this graph where the arc represent the cost of interaction between person A to person B. Now, let me share with you why we need to do this. Okay, for example, going back to the same problem, assume that we have a project that requires the following competency: software testing, engine, and optimization. So the question now is, we want to have which is the team that will give us the minimum cost. This is what we want. Okay, now we want the person have the skill, but we want to have the combination where we have the minimum cost. Okay, now assume, again, looking at this, let's say we take the all exhaustive possible team, meaning we select all. For example, software testing. Software testing, Kamal has it, Zuhairi has it, Nasir has it. So Kamal, Zuhairi, and Nasir has to be there. And then engine, Mustafizu is there. So I need to put Mustafizu. So a total exhaustive team are actually 4 people, meaning I told everyone have software testing skill, and these people has the skill, color in blue, that the project that I need. I need software testing, engine optimization. So I have all the skills for it to be with this. So with this, I have a total of 4 people. Now, with 4 people, so actually, okay, I can get 4 people like this. But if you look at this, there are other possibilities. For example, I can have Zuhairi, Mustafizu, and Nasir, because Zuhairi and Kamal, they share the same skill. So I don't have to put, I can put either one of them. So in other words, now I can choose Zuhairi, Mustafizu, and Nasir to form another team. Or I can choose Kamal or instead of Zuhairi because I have the same skill. So actually, there are another solution which I have the minimum cost, which if I took Mustafizu, okay, and Nasir, if you look at Mustafizu and Nasir, I have engine, software testing, and optimization, meaning that I have all the 3 required skill just by taking only 2 person, engine, software testing, and optimization. So the idea is that how to find the best team to our problem with minimum cost. So this is the one we're looking into, how to form a team that we can get with the minimum cost. Now, looking at this, if you look at the exhaustive possible team, all 4 people, then you look at the cost Kamal and Zuhairi, the cost Kamal and Mustafizu, Kamal and Nasir, Zuhairi to Mustafizu, Zuhairi to Nasir, Mustafizu to Nasir. If you do this cost, Kamal, Zuhairi, I get 0 because I don't have any link. Kamal, Mustafizu, and Kamal, Mustafizu is 1, so I have this 1. And then I have Kamal, Nasir, 0.75. You add the two together, you have a cost of 4.25 unit cost. Okay. Now, if we do this to all of them, this 4 will get 4.25 cost with 4 number team members. You found that with 2 person only, the cost is only 0.75 with 2 members. So we have an optimization problem here. In other words, you can choose a set of team with the most minimum cost to undertake the project. So this is the gist of what we are doing. So we're trying to form a team. First, we model the interaction between the team member, and then we calculate the cost, and we find the most minimum cost, and that is the best team that we can build with the most minimum cost. So this is the point that we want to make for this team formation problem. So you can also put the thing I did just now is based on just the common knowledge that they had. You can include, for example, individual personal costs. For example, if expert is a multiplier by 1, and so on and so forth. You can also do load balancing costs, salary costs. For example, if you hire a professor, maybe the salary is higher. You hire a doctor, so you can factor all these costs together, and you can also make the graph like this and factor all that cost to build this graph, and then you can search for that for the minimum cost. So you can have total individual cost. Load balancing cost meaning you were hired by many projects, then maybe your load is higher, so the cost is a bit more higher because you are burdened with many jobs. So you can model this cost total by other means. So, but the point is you can still build the graph with the interaction with costs with different team member that you want to form. So the idea here is that you have an optimization problem now. So optimization problem is a problem of finding the best solution from all feasible solutions. So you have many people to choose from, but you want to have the best cost so that your project cost will not go high. So you have, for example, how to find individual expert to form a team. So You look into the quality solution based on the objective function. So the objective function you want to look now is cost. You want to minimize the cost. Now, what if we have millions of people? Okay, so we have millions of people, then you cannot use exhaustive search. For example, if you have only 20 people, you can ask them one by one, and you can ask them one by one or combine them one by one to find the cost. Okay, but if you have millions of people, you cannot do this exhaustively like we did before. Like I know that, for example, the previous slide that I showed you that we had 5 people, I can go, this one has this skill, next one has this skill, this one don't have this skill. I can do exhaustive comparison, then I can find the best team that I want to have, like I did before. But when you have millions of people, you cannot be doing that one by one. So you need to find a strategy given limited resource and time constraint. I mean, you need to find this one with intelligently, and you don't have to search one by one. Okay, so the way to do this, we can use meta-heuristic algorithm. Okay, meta-heuristic algorithm is actually an algorithm, is an AI-based algorithm where you can optimize, look for good enough solution to solve the problem. Okay, now typically you have a different problem, a different kind of search space. Meta-heuristic algorithm typically rely on exploration or exploitation, where exploration meaning visiting new potential sub-search area, or exploitation is walk through around the best neighbor in order for you to find the solution. Okay, now let's say when you do exploitation, you're actually going around local search. Okay, when you explore, you are going very far away, and they are actually bounded by some research space. Okay, for example, when you explore, your update will be very explore update will be very large. I mean, your movement is large. When you exploit, the movement is small. Okay, if you look at this, when you exploit, this is exploit. You search locally. Okay, when you explore, you go very far distance. So meta-heuristic algorithm has embedded way of balancing exploration and exploitation to do research. So what we do is we will be applying this meta-heuristic algorithm to solve our team formation problem. So we'll see how we did this in a few minutes. Again, you can imagine this is being search grid, and you can explore and exploit. There are times you find a local optima, but actually you want to find the true optima. You get the wrong peak, but your goal is to get the true optima. Okay, so this is the idea of meta-heuristic. Now, going back to the team formation problem, assume that we are having a project that requires that competency which I've defined before, software testing, engine optimization. We have a list of people. Let's say if you are working in a very large, in worldwide, okay, then you can imagine that, for example, there are people in AMICOM, for example, are expert in animation, some expert in maybe in very focused animation, maybe a Japanese and a cartoon, whatever. So you have different expertise, and then maybe the producer in Hollywood want to produce a movie, and you want to look for these experts, okay? And then you may have a list of database, and then they can use this technique to find the team that can be formed based on the expert with the cost. For example, maybe they can hire the workers or animator from USA, for example. Maybe in USA, the costs are higher than the animators from Indonesia. So they can use this idea to form a team, to build a team, and then have the database of expertise and use meta-heuristic algorithm to search for the best team formation to be able to undertake the given project, given that the project are given the set of competency requirements that are required. Okay, so the search space is like this. Now, if you look at this, how we implement this, okay? So we did our implementation on team formation problem, assuming that we have pool of experts with desired competency, assuming that these are experts that you know in your database. Maybe this guy, let's say we are talking about producing a movie. Okay, maybe this guy is expert in maybe animation. This guy is expert in drawing I'm not sure about animation, but drawing some graphical expert. This one may be good in modeling, whatever. So some of the skills are common to other members, expert, but some are overlapping, some are unique. So the point is, how are we going? You have a set of requirements for the particular project, then how you are able to rightly form the team to undertake the project that you have. So this is the idea. So you are trying to form a team, and to form a team in such a way that the team that you form has a minimum cost. So this is the goal that that you want to do. Now, remember that when you talk about expert in the world, then you have millions of database of data. If you have expert in the world, I mean, not only Indonesia, you have expert. You may have expert in India, maybe in Argentina, maybe in UK, maybe in US, maybe in Australia, and so on and so forth. Then you have very large data. So this is an idea of the problem of big data. Okay. Now, then from that, you have to maintain a set of skill definition file. You know, you have a person, and you have to register the skill that that person has. Okay. And then maybe if you have too much of data, you need some dimensionality reduction algorithm, you know, to reduce, you know, for example, this dimension reduction algorithm may remove the entries with no skills that you require. For example, before, so this is actually pre-processing, that you process your data, if you have none of the skill required, so you're not included in our skill definition file. So based on the skill definition file, then the user can extract the cost and the skill that they require and store this in lookup table. That's cost and skill of a person or their interaction can be saved in the table, so that that can be a lookup table when we want to optimize the team. Okay, so you extract the skill and you optimize the skill. In our work, current work, we use an algorithm called the butterfly optimization algorithm. You can use any other algorithm. So this algorithm will select the skill and the person based on heuristic selection and be able to form the right team required for that particular project with the most minimum team. So in other words, with this algorithm, you can form n number of teams from different continents, but you will give this to the person who is in charge, and he will select, okay, I want this team because this team is maybe is the most minimum. Okay, or maybe in some cases this team is not the most minimum, but they include the experts, and you want to include, you want to say, well, I'm going to sacrifice my cost a little bit, but I'm going to take the best team, you know, the team that are best, because I know that this is maybe like Prof. Suyanto was saying, maybe he take one of famous director as one of the team, because although he is very costly, but he can produce better results. So I can choose him in the team. So not necessarily, then I sacrifice a bit on cost. So this is the idea of what we are looking into. So we have implemented this in Java, so for our team formation. Now, how do we solve this problem? How do we solve this? I've given you very high level solution. Then now I'm going to show you how we're going to solve this problem using meta-heuristic, how you model this problem and then be able to solve this using meta-heuristic algorithm. So remember that the skill that we give just now, we have 5 names: Kamal, Al-Swari, Nizam, Mustafizo, Azad, and Nasir. They have a unique skill. Some are common, some are unique skills. So how do you model your solution to solve this problem? So this is the key point that we want to ask. Okay, now one way is to address this problem, we propose the idea of permutation. Okay, so let's say, for example, we assume that Kamal Z is with so I label Kamal Z as 0, as person 0, Al-Zuhairi as 1, M. Nizam as 2, Mustafizo as 3, Azad as 4, and Nasir as 5. Now, I can permutate this. So, well, the different combination of them, if I have 6 numbers, the different combination of them will be 6 factorial. So it'll be 6 times 4 times 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. In other words, I can have different arrangement of permutation. I can have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can have 0, 2, 1, 3, 5, 4. I can have 2, 1, 0, 3, 4, 5. So I can have different permutation of label that we can have. If you did this permutation, we have 720. Remember that this is a small, only 6-person problem, or 5% or 6% problem. But if we have 10%, if you have in the if you have this for the whole of the world, let's say you have 1 million, 2 million, you can have 2 million permutation. So by doing manually, like we did before, where you find the best for the job was Mustafizo and Nasir, where you only you can look only by looking, you can get the answer. But when you have very large or big data, you cannot be doing even simple permutation, because if you have 10 factorial, 20 or 30 factorial is already a big number. So we cannot generate exhaustively. We cannot check all the possible sequences to do this. That's why we want to use meta-heuristic algorithm. Now remember that I told you before that you need to represent first competency and skill lookup table. Okay, for example, for this definition, we define the skill, for example, skill mapping. This is software engineering, computational intelligence, software testing. Kamal has mapping to software engineering, computational intelligence, and software testing. Okay, that's why his first flag is 1. Al-Zuhairi also have the same, but you look at Azad. Azad, he has the last 2 skills, which is artificial intelligence and networking. Okay, so that's why we form this so-called skill extractor matrix. Okay, to see that what skill does Kamal has. So this is actually a matrix of skill and person. Okay, although because computer doesn't understand this, the easiest way to do this is to turn this into numbers, numerical numbers. Okay, now you can also model the interaction between, for example, Kamal and himself. This is like a 2D matrix. Kamal himself is 0, and you look at Kamal and Al-Zuhairi is 0 because we have a common skill. But Kamal, if you look at the third one, the first one, Kamal with the third one is M. Nizam, it's actually 0.5. So you remember that we did this before. Kamal and M. Nizam is actually 0.5. And then you can look, Kamal with Mustafizo, for example, is 1. Then you can go back here. You can see how I made the mapping. Mustafizo was 1, 2, 3. Okay. Last 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is what 1. And Kamal lastly with Nasir is 0.75. So I model this this graph as being, for example, Kamal and Nasir 0.75. I modeled this graph as being 2D matrix, so that they can be a lookup table for my search process. Okay, so this is what happened. Now, so this is the cost extractor. So I did, remember I did the graph, or the interaction between the graph is the cost. Remember that when I did the cost, I only include the skills. You can include the cost, the salary, the expertise level. So, but still, the way that we did like this is still valid. In other words, you can model different cost values, but still you can model it like this. Okay. So each person interaction is mapped into a cost lookup matrix. Now, so this is the example run of the skill extractor and cost extractor. So this is, for example, the skill extractor input file team. So I try to register the person. I try to get the skill. I try to build the matrix of skill, and I try to build the cost, the matrix of cost, because those are the lookup table that we do for this particular problem. Now then we optimize this by remap this by doing this as sequence. Okay, so so for example, sequence 1301, meaning remember that 0 mean Kamal, because we look at this as a sequence. Remember that we model this as permutation. 0 mean Kamal, 1 mean Al-Swari, 2 mean M. Nizam. So when you do this, you find that 0 is Kamal, this is M. Nizam, and Al-Swari. And you can sort of permutate your different permutation, and then from that permutation you find are they covering the costs that you need, and then we remap based on what, for example, this one number percent is 2, 3 and 5, 3 and 5 is equal to label Mustafizo and Nasir. So this is the theme for this one, and cost is 0.75. Okay, now let me show you exactly what we did. Let me skip this one first and do this one first. Okay, and then I'll go back to that. Now, how did I do this? Okay, now we look for the skill of, we want to look for the skill of testing, engine, and optimization. So this is the skill that we're looking for. Now, to do meta-heuristic algorithm, so we model this as sequence. So for example, first I assume the sequence of 2, 4, 3, 5, 0, 1, meaning 2 is actually M. Nizam, 4 is actually Azad, and then 3 is actually Mustafizo, and 0 is actually Kamal, and 1 is Al-Swari. So when you look at this sequence 0, 4, okay, for sequence 0, 4, you look at 2, 4. For sequence 2, 4, you look at 2, 4. Okay, 2 is actually M. Nizam, 4 is Azad. So you can M. Nizam, okay, and Azad. Now, does M. Nizam has the one of the skill that you need? Either software testing. Does it have software testing? M. Nizam does not have software testing. He doesn't have also software engineering. He doesn't have engine. Okay, and so Azad networking and artificial intelligence he doesn't have also. So what I did is no change in covered skill. I have not covered software engine because this 2 and 4, which is M. Nizam and Azad, does not have the skill that I require. So I delete these 2 from this because it doesn't have any of the skill I want. Okay, now for sequence next 4, again, I no change in covered skill because number 2, Nizam, I don't have Nizam, it doesn't have the skill, so I delete Nizam. And then for number 4, I delete Azad because Azad also have no skill that I need. Okay, now I left with 3. Okay, number 3 is actually Mustafizo. So Mustafizo here, he has one of the skill which is engine, and no, he has 2 skill, engines and optimization. Okay, because of engines and optimization, engine optimization. So now I keep Mustafizo because he has the skill I want, but then he covers the skill engine optimization because he already had the skill, so I don't need this skill. I already be covered by Mustafizo. Now leaving me with software testing, but I still keep 3 because he has the skill I want, so I don't delete it. Okay, but I delete the previous 2 and 4. Now next one, 5. So I look at 5. Now the skill that the covered skill I need now, leaving only 1 skill, which is software testing. So looking at the next one, which is 5. When 5 is actually Nasir, and Nasir has software testing and optimization. But we want software testing because software testing is the only left thing that has not yet been covered. So then we take 3, 5, and then we have covered all the skill, and we have covered all the skill with 3 and 5 as being the member. So when you cover 3 and 5, then you compute the fitness of 3 and 5. If the best fitness, then you update the current population, and then in the end you do the loop the same, and you get the best sequence with the most minimum cost. You can see that this is actually a set covering problem, meaning that when I encounter an expert, I look whether that expert has the skill I want. If he doesn't have the skill I want, then I would delete that expert, and then I go to the next expert. And if he doesn't have the skill I want, I delete that expert. Then I find another expert. If he has the skill that I want, then I would not delete that expert, but I delete the skill that I need to cover, because he already covered the skill I need. Then I go to the next one. If he has the skill I need, I delete the skill I've covered, and then I stop this loop when I've covered the skill I want. And then I go loop, and then I generate another sequence, permutation of sequence. Maybe this one 243501. Maybe the next round I generate 350124. Then I do the checking again, and then I find which is the best fitness. Then I get into the population. In the end, I get the best sequence to get the best result that I want. So this is the idea, how you model a team formation problem as being a permutation problem and set covering problem, permutation and set covering problem, where you can get the most minimum cost accordingly by doing so. Okay, now we have a data set for experimentation, where we have a GitHub place. You can go there and found few data set. We have staff expertise data set, IMDb data set, DBLP data set, ACM data set. We have some coronavirus data set. So you can visit our place, our GitHub location, where you can get all the data sets that you can test your whether your team formation problem algorithm works well. Okay. Now we did, just for the sake of showing to people, we did run our algorithm for ACM data set. ACM data set is a data set defined to represent ACM expertise from ACM presentation. So the total person is 3,702, and there are 5,197 skills. They are represented as an email name. These are the skill of the, for example, J Bala, this skill, Shaheen as this skill, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is the person identification by email. You can use a person by different, but they has to be unique. And these are the skill that he or she have. In other words, this skill, a total skill, person are 3,000, and skill 500,197. So what we did is, for this algorithm, okay, we tried to find 30 skill. This is the 30 skill that we want to find, the 60 skill and the 90 skills from that database. We define the skill to find, and our algorithm will find from this 90 skill, what is the best combination of person that has all the skill. For 30 skill, what are the list of team that have this 30 skill with the most minimum cost, or this 60 skills with the most minimum cost, or with 90 skills with minimum cost, or 90 competency, you want to say it. So we did this. This is a skill extractor that we run from that. You can see that J Balastri has agent computing skill, distributed data mining, and intrusion detection. He has no other skill. So there are other people who have different skills. So you want to have the skill extractor to extract the skill. So you can, as lookup tables, okay? And then you have a cost extractor. This is a cost between, for example, this guy and that guy. What are the costs? And this is the cost extractor that we did. And you can imagine that you have 3,702. If you want to do permutation of 3,702, will be millions and millions and millions and millions of permutation, and you cannot do exhaustive stat as search. So you only computer can do this. Only meta-heuristic algorithm can perform this task. So if you remember that how we did this, let me come back to the previous slide. So you model this skill into database. with some model, maybe some unique numbering and unique skill definition. And then if the data are large, you may need to do pre-processing, do dimension reduction, and do cost extractor, skill extractor to build a matrix. And those metrics will be used by the optimization algorithm to find the most minimum cost and then to form a good team. So this is the idea of the implementation. Now, so what we did is we use an algorithm called butterfly algorithm. This is the butterfly algorithm that we use, a fairly recent algorithm. And this is how the butterfly, what we did is whenever you update a random, this number is actually a permutation update. You update the permutation using this equation. So you're going to have different set of numbers, permuted numbers. And based on that, you will look whether the objective function, when you move randomly here, whether the current solution that you have generate from the population is better cost than the previous one. If better, you replace. And then in the end, you get the best solution for it. And you can get the best team with the most minimum cost. So this is the implementation. And again, the reason for doing butterfly is that we have very low learning curve, easy algorithm. You can look at this very easy, straightforward equation. So that's why we did this, although the complexity is higher than most other meta-heuristic algorithm, because butterfly, you need to calculate one loop here. You need to calculate fragrance, so that's M, and this N, so M times N, so it is higher, slightly higher than other algorithm, but still that does not stop us from using that algorithm. Okay, so this is the algorithm when you try to implement this asset covering problem. And then from that you loop through the whole population until maximum iteration, and then you get the best sequence, or we want sequence with the minimum cost from the population. Now, so we talk about this, and we run this, for example, for our 30 data set, 30 scales, okay, and the best of cost was 351.0. We need there are 30 scales, and we found that our algorithm found 27 personnel with 30 scales. In other words, if the skills are unique, then the maximum number of person is 30. So we get 27. That means we can reduce some of the skill here are actually common to many people. That's why if I cannot have 35 because I only need 30 skills. That means if the skills are unique, the maximum I can get is 30. So you can get much less. If you get 40, then your algorithm is incorrect because you want the most minimum, you want a unique skill. That's why you get 27. So you have a reduction of 3 in terms of this. And the cost, there are other team member combination, but this one has the best minimum cost of 351. So you can run this for 90 skills, for 100 skills, and so on and so forth. And you can imagine that we represent this as sequence. When you recode this back, this sequence actually belong to Igor, this sequence belong to Jianghua, and so on and so forth, because we model them as sequence. And then you can generate as the sequence permutation as numbers. There will be a performance. If you use a string, there'll be a performance penalty, but you use integer, then the performance will be good. Yeah, because you just use integer. Now our goal is we did this also, that we did hybrid. We study also the hybrid meta-heuristic algorithm to do this. And you know, if the hybrid idea was that if you search a particular kind of fish with certain technique, if you use GA, for example, represent like this, and this is PSO like this, or maybe other algorithm like that. Typically, each algorithm are unique. When they typically are good, GA is good at this kind of fish. For example, PSO is good, different kind of fish. So the same technique tend to have the same kind of results. So, but when you have a different combination of this, then you can, improve the limitation of one algorithm with the strength of the other algorithm. So that's the idea of hybrids. Okay, there are 3-level hybrids. I think last 2 years I was in AMICOM, I did talk about this a bit. So there are hybrid, low level, high level, hyper hybrid. So the idea of hybrid is that you can compensate the limitation of one or more algorithm with the strength of others. Okay. Specifically, I'm going to talk about something called hyperheuristic. Hyperheuristic is the idea is that high generality and adaptive meta-heuristic algorithm, where you have the idea of meta-heuristic, where you have a master and slave. This meta-heuristic, where you use penalize and reward mechanism. For example, if I run, if this is PSO run, if PSO not performing well, I penalize PSO, I took a different one. So based on that, if this one is searching better, then I keep this search for the next iteration. So this is the idea of hyperheuristic, which is actually a meta-heuristic. And there are two types of hyperheuristic, one called generative meta-heuristic, where you have a case-based reasoning. You run this one so that the hyperheuristic will learn for this particular problem, the suitable algorithm is this, and so on and so forth. But our work is based on selective hyperheuristic, where you select one meta-heuristic algorithm to do the search. If this is improved, you keep, because you reward them by running this next iteration. If this is not performing, you select another one. So this is called selective hyperheuristic. So our work has been a lot in the selective hyperheuristic. And so basically, just to make people understand, in meta-heuristic, there are different levels. One, the lowest level is you search everything, all possibilities, and then you do heuristic search. This is actually educated guess, learning from pattern, really problem specific. And then you go meta-heuristic, which is educated guess, but you learn from previous moves. Okay, so for example, if you have the audience, let's say the audience now, I can ask individually, are you from Java? You know, I can ask one person, let's say in the room, there are 30%, I can ask one by one. Are you from Java? Are you from Java? Are you from Java? And I can get exact solution because I know I've exhaustively asked everyone. So this is exhaustive search, but you can do heuristic search. For example, maybe you know that Java people are very beautiful people. So when you look at it, this is beautiful, you know, must be from Java. You do an educated guess. Okay. But meta-heuristic, you also learn from educated, you also do educated guess, but you learn from the previous move. For example, you go to Java, maybe you found that in certain location in Java, there are many beautiful people. So then you learn that whenever you want to search, you always go for that place. So that's meta-heuristic, where you learn from your previous move. That you know that the previous move told you that this place is good. The next time you always try to visit that place to find the good solution. But hyperheuristic is actually a meta-heuristic, where yes, an adaptive behavior where you can control meta-heuristic by, for example, selection, by penalize and reward, and so on and so forth. So there are different levels of optimization algorithm or AI algorithm to solve optimization. So hyperheuristic is actually meta-heuristic. Now, so the idea of hyperheuristic here, you don't reinvent the wheel. You don't create a new algorithm. You just use the existing algorithm, but you just control them. Search and control them to do the search for you. Okay. Now, how to do hyperheuristic implementation for this team formation problem? The only minimal changes you need to do is just to use hyperheuristic to generate new sequence. Rather than use meta-heuristic, you can use hyperheuristic, where you do selection of meta-heuristic to do the sequence for you. So originally, what you do is first in meta-heuristic or hyperheuristic, first you specify a set of population, and then you generate random sequence, and you find the update of each sequence in that population. And then for iterations until maximum iteration, and then 0 to maximum population, and you generate I sequence, and then you get a sequence. And from that sequence, you iterate to that sequence, whether that sequence covers the skill that you look for. If they covers, then you keep the sequence you had. If not, you delete them from the sequence. And then at the same time, you look at the covered skill. If the sequence covered skill, you delete the covered skill from that sequence that you require. otherwise you keep. For example, in this case, two here, MNISM here, timetabling, computational intelligence, and software engineering. He doesn't have timetabling, it's not here. Computational intelligence is not here, and also software engineering is not here. So in other words, so the skill is kept. Nothing changed the skill, but he get deleted from the sequence because he does not have anything that I want. Okay, and then you look at number 4 again. 4 here, 4 representing Azad. Azad has networking. So networking is not software testing, not engine. And artificial intelligence is not any one of these. So I have to remove Azad. But here I remove Azad, but then no change in covered skill because the skill has not yet been covered at all.
Professor,
and then when I did this,
Kamal,
number 3. Yes.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay, I'm done. Just one more slide. Okay. So similarly, we have this and so on and so forth. Okay. So exactly on time. Okay. So you can do this idea to form a football team. Maybe remember that the Sheraton move in Malaysia. Remember we changed the government by not by election. So you can use this to form cabinet ministers of Malaysia, consultant, whatever. You can build this idea into forming a team. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Kamal. Before I continue, please, Professor Kamal, check your chat box because Organizer have dropped your message there. Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. Kamal, for your beautiful explanation from high level to technical solution. So the optimization is never end. The challenge continue and always available on us. And today, Prof. Kamal has demonstrated a new way to model a team problem through optimization problem. Very deep, from defining the skill and competency and then go deep again to the optimization model and finding the solution. That is the best team with the minimum cost. I believe this approach will be useful in a lot of things, especially management and also organization. Well, next we will enter question and answer season. All participants are welcome to drop your question for our speaker. Please feel free to join our discussion. If you are unable to speak right now, you can also drop your question in chatting room. Okay, I have Latifah Tera Indi.
Yes, sir.
And Ramesti Aji. One person. Okay. Can I call you Latifah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can ask our speaker.
Thank you for the opportunity and the time that has been given. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Indi, and I'm from the University of APTIKOM Yogyakarta. Pleasure to meet you, Professor Zainal and Professor Kamal, and thank you for your wonderful presentations. I want to ask a few questions on both of the speakers, respectively. For Professor Zainal, you have explained about the challenges and opportunities that may arise in the creative industry. So, in your opinion, is the creative industry disruptive or constructive? And how do you measure the creative industry in Indonesia based on your perspective? And for Professor Kamal, how do you choose the best optimization algorithm that is related to your problem? And is the meta-heuristic algorithm time-consuming? Like, is it practically applicable to solve real-time problems? That is all for my questions. Thank you for your answers.
Okay, thank you, Indi. For Professor Zainal.
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Alpha or Indi?
Yes, sir. In your opinion, is the creative industry disruptive or constructive? And how do you measure the creative industry in Indonesia based on your perspective?
Okay. Mr. Alpha?
Yep.
You want me to answer it right away or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can answer right away.
Thank you, Indy. This is a very diplomatic questions. Yeah, of course, the creative industry, like it or not, must be disruptive. But I don't think we are there yet. Yeah, so we still in the comfort zone. If I view it, we're still in the comfort zone. We don't really responding yet to the changing of our environment due to the technological of industrial revolution 4.0 and also due to the COVID that radically changed our way of life, things like that. So that's why in my presentation I mentioned that these themes of conference is very very interesting and very important, and I think it's a right moment to discuss that. We have to respond to the change that happen around us, so including our creative industry. So that's also answer your second questions. That's my opinions, our creative industry right now. As I mentioned, Indy, I involve a lot in that kind of activities. That's why I model the environments not really scientifically related to artificial intelligence, but it is ensure that our creative industry as soon as possible has to be has to respond to change by involving those four components: governments, businessmen, academicians, and community per se. So it has to be established an environment such that the direction, this is very important, the directions where our creative industry will be transformed as in the digital transformations has to be careful, because if we view it just from the business point of view, by introducing 3D printing in our small medium enterprise might be a solutions, improve the productivity, improve the variety of objects or commodity that can be marketed, etc., etc. But at the same token, if we bring it to the area of creative industry, it will be endangers our skills from our ancestors. A lot of skills of this creative industry come from our ancestors. But considering what Kamal said, not only skill need to be added to that, but also competencies. This is the prerequisite as well in order to involve in the competition of in this new digital era. Hopefully, it'll answer your question, Indy.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Zainal, for your explanation. Then, Prof. Kamal, the question for you is how to choose the best optimization algorithm in this case, team problem-based. We know a lot of algorithm, and this is the good and right question: how to choose the best of among all algorithms.
Thank you so much. Okay, there's a theorem called no free lunch theorem, which suggests that there's no particular algorithm is good for all. One silver bullet, there's no such thing as a good algorithm for all particular problems. So for that reason, you have many algorithms, and this algorithm will depend on certain problems. Some problems, these algorithms are good, but they are not good for certain problems. some problems are very much localized, a local search-based algorithm, then you would require a local like algorithms such as GA or simulated annealing or hill climbing. Those are local search algorithm, meaning the displacement of one solution to another solution is very small. But in other problems, there are actually a global-based problem where you require a lot more displacement to get a new solution. So for this particular problem that we solve, I've tried with we require a lot more the one that is in between, not so local but not so global. So butterfly algorithm is useful for this. Now, you can also use hyper heuristic algorithm, where with hyper heuristic algorithm you can manipulate many meta heuristic algorithms as your slave to do the problem. You will get better. Typically, you can get better results because you use different way of search of different algorithms. So that is the first question. And the second question is the approach that we propose practical. You can, for example, or you cannot, if you have millions of people to search for, you cannot search individually. So this meta-heuristic algorithm, really practical one, where you can randomly find the best solution and compare this solution with the previous solution and get, although you don't know that you get the best, because meta-heuristic algorithm will give you the approximate solution, but that approximation is good enough to solve that problem. So that's my answer. So there's no such thing as a best algorithm. So because no freelance theorem dictates that. It depends on the problem, because the search space of a particular problem may be different. So you cannot be generalizing this algorithm is better than that algorithm. Okay. So also somebody told me that they cannot see me well, but I cannot change. I'm answering the question, so I cannot see the background yet. I'll do it in a few moments. Thank you. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful answers, Professor Zainal and Professor Kamal.
Okay, next. Any question for our speaker? You can raise your hand or drop your question in the chat. Yes, Arif, okay.
Okay, yeah, let me ask a question. I think it's such a wonderful opportunity to meet two of our keynote speaker and wonderful talk. I think I would like to ask a question to Prof. Zainal about in your opinion, what is the the most important thing right now to solve in terms of Indonesian local problem with machine learning, where if we solve that problem, we can get a impact to be a solution to Indonesian problem right now. And for Professor Kamal, I would like to ask about the question on the, I think you talk about a lot more in the optimization. So I think it's quite balanced before from Prof. Zainal perspective in AI, where Prof. Zainal talk more about the machine learning and Prof. Kamal talk about the optimization. But I just wonder, is it any possibility to cross combine between those algorithm stream? I mean, is it possible to implement optimization in order to improve machine learning algorithm right now? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arif. We already got question. First for Zainal. You can really answer the question, bro.
Okay, thank you for the question, Pak Arif. Yes, glad to see you, even though through this virtual webinar. First of all, let's define or list what are the problems that we are facing right now, especially related to the creative industry. First, we have a lot of small, medium creative industries all over the countries, cross from Papua to Aceh, etc. But they have a problem to sell the product. They have the problem to improve the quality of their product. They have the problem to get a capitals to develop their business. They have the problem they don't know their customers. They don't know their customers. They just produce and sell it. So I would like to say it is a very traditional. So how we can impose all this new technology to these such situations. That's why I underline carefully. We have to choose the right technology in order to develop our creative industry. I divide it into two classifications. One is robotic humanoid, and secondly is automation systems. I would like to strengthening again my suggestions. We have to follow with all the powers that automation system can provide. Even the heuristic approach, what Pak Kamal say, it also answered the part of the question what Pak Alpha mentions. It can be incorporated in the machine learning. What it can be put it into the machine learning. First, if we want to solve the problems of marketing the products, so we have to recognize who are the customer of that certain products, and even though the real one or the potential one. So again, if we capture the data as far as possible of the our, not talking about overseas market, we're just talking about domestic markets. You know, who are they? What are the things that they prefer to buy or to consume or to use or to wear, whatever, to watch, etc. You know, I think the idea also what Netflix recognize their viewer also can be applied to this creative industry. So we recognize our customers, we recognize our potential customers through machine learning. And of course, it cannot be happen if you don't have the data, and the data should be big. And I think that's also the cultures we as academicians should develop, that we have to really value the data, and we have to be according to this technology, new technology. Data can come from all over now. It has multi sources and also multi dimensions, and with all the very powerful computation right now, we can compute it. Of course, we need to do a lot of work to standardize it, to balance it. As Pak Kamal also showed us, his data set is incredible. So that's the work that also our academicians as well as our students are very lacking and like to do. They don't want to collect the data. Once the data being collected, we have to standardize it. We have to organize it. We have to balance it. We have to code it, etc., etc. So there's one of the solution that I proposed, that I mentioned for one problems. And we have another problem, for example, capitals. We know that like banks or other kinds of financial institutions should not really pay much attention to business in creative industries. If we want to go big, we go big like what AMICOM does, like what Pak Suyanto just mentioned. It has a lot of it needs a lot of investment to do the animation film. But creative industry, not only animation film like that, a lot of other creative industry that it is micro and small business in nature. It is micro and small business in nature. So the capitals, they need capitals, but most of the capital institutions not really pay attention to them. So how the artificial intelligence or again machine learning play its role? We can develop like a sort of like a crowdfunding intelligence. We call for solicitation. We call for appealing to all the whoever would like to invest, etc., etc. Then again, recognizing who has the money, who has the willingness to invest, etc. Again, there's the role of machine learning to recognize, to help us also by incorporating the spatial geographical area, etc. So a lot of things. That's from the marketing and from the capital. Not to mention in the product itself. For the product itself, let's say what the AMICOM, this is the discussion that I have earlier with Bu Kusrini. See, AMICOM had produced few animation films. A lot of components involved in producing movement objects, sound, behavior, etc. To produce such films. Those components are very valuable assets. So the reusability of those components, relationships among one component to another components, heuristic combinations that might produce a good objects, behaviors, characters, environment, etc. may produce be produced by introducing machine learning. Of course, a lot of learning in there, human judgment has to be put first. But again, those are the possibility where the AI, artificial intelligence, especially the machine learning, play its role in creative industry. So to sum up what I just mentioned, first is to improve the productivity by marketing, by supply chain management, by capital investment, etc., etc. Second is the product itself. A lot of components break the patterns. I think that's the word. Break the patterns and then use the parts to recombine and to reconstruct other object in order to get a more fashionable, more attractive product of creative industry that adaptive to the development of knowledge, technology, the society, etc. I think that's my answer, Pak Arif. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Zainal. This is the homework for all of us, I believe, starting from academic and government and other stakeholders. But we should be optimistic because AI could enhance the future of our cultural industry. Okay, the next question from Arif to Prof. Kamal, the possibility to cross-combine between this algorithm.
Thank you so much for the question, Pak Arif. I still remember taking a ride in Pak Arif Mobile, going around Jogja 2 years ago. Anyway, it's nice to see you, Pak Arif. Anyway, we are friends on Facebook, so I can see what he's doing in Facebook. Anyway, Pak Arif was asking about cross-combine between optimization and machine learning algorithm. I think the idea is, yes, there are a lot of work we combine both, okay? Particularly, I found that a lot of people use meta-heuristic for hyperparameter tuning of machine learning algorithm. For example, hyperparameter tuning, random forest, ANN tuning, so that the two can synergize and work together. I'm working now. I'm started a new grant on hyperparameter tuning for random forest algorithm. So that's the only thing I want to say now because I haven't done it. So next few years, next year, then I'll get some insight on those. But yeah, you can use meta-heuristic algorithm with machine learning algorithm. That is the way to go now. Hyperparameter setting, for example, is one example of a good example. So that's my answer. Thank you so much. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Kamal. Any more questions from our participants? Okay, maybe just I would like to add one more question to Prof. Kamal. Based on your presentation about hyperheuristic, does it can combine any heuristic algorithm, or we can only use just like your research you're using butterfly algorithm, or we can use any of other algorithm?
Okay, I think 2 years ago I went to AMICOM. I did a talk on hyperheuristic. So basically, hyperheuristic, you can combine any algorithm with it. You can use any whatever algorithm you want. You can combine and make them work together. But then, like I said in my presentation, you would use and penalize them. In one iteration, they perform well, then you allow them to run a few more times. If they're not performing well, then you can penalize them. I don't know, in Indonesia, you play hockey. You know hockey? Yep. Hockey, Indonesia perhaps not popular, but hockey in Malaysia is very popular. And Malaysia ranked top 10 in hockey in the world. So in hockey, when you play and you fall somebody, you will get a red card, and you will put in the box for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you come back again to play hockey. So this is hockey, not like football. If you get red card, you kick out forever, miss few match. But hockey, you get carded, you get out for a few seconds, not few seconds, few minutes, and then you can come back. So the idea of hyperheuristic like this: if one algorithm is not performing well, you can put this in the waiting list, not get chance to execute, and you execute with other algorithm. One after that time is ending up, you can put them to get as a pool of your players like that. So like penalize and reward. This is the idea of you penalize it by not allowing it to run for some particular moment of time. After that moment of time ends, then you allow it to run again. So this is the idea of penalize and reward. It doesn't matter what algorithm you use. So that's my answer.
Mr. Alpha, I would like to add to that. Actually, the heuristic algorithm also can be applied to the unsupervised classifications. So we get early ideas, what are the best classes among things that we classify, and then of course again human judgment need to be applied to that. We take a note and which one the best, second best, etc. And this is become the classification to the supervised and hybrid classification, or becomes take place, can be take place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, both Prof. Zainal and Prof. Kamal. I think I would like to recap no more question, and because time is up, and I would like to recap our discussion today. First, our first speaker, Prof. Zainal, has beautifully explained the role of artificial intelligence that will transform the future tourism industry, especially in Indonesia, as we have many creative industry and tourism around the country. So many challenges to do so. However, we have so many opportunities and possibilities through the technology, especially AI and also machine learning. And then Prof. Kamal has introduced us to novel way to observe the team formation problem by modeling it into optimization problem. He has shown us how to model from high level and then also finding the optimal solution using mathematics formulation. This is interesting as this method could save us a lot of time to find the best combination of team with the minimum cost. Okay, everyone, we have reached at the end of the plenary season. Let us express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to our honorable guys, Professor Zainal and also Professor Kamal. Thank you so much. We very much enjoy your presentation today. It was insightful and fruitful presentation from both of you. Next, we'll pass you all to the host of the event, Mr. Satya. The time is yours. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Alpha, for moderated this session. And now we will give the award for the keynote speaker and also the moderator. And please, the award will be given by the General Chair of ICOIACT 2020, Dr. Arif Stianto.
Thank you very much for wonderful presentation and enlightenment for all of the participants from Professor Engineer Zainal Arifin Hasibuan. We would like to hand over a virtual certificate as our appreciation for Professor Zainal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Arif. I received the e-certificate. And again, thank you very much.
Welcome, Prof. And secondly, I would like to give the certificate for Professor Kamal Zuhairi Ph.D. for wonderful presentation and enlightenment for us. And hopefully it's gonna be a long-term collaboration between all the participants and Professor Kamal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arif. Thank you. I accept the certificate. Thank you so much. Very useful thing, a different thing now. It's nice. It's nice. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Prof. And last but not least, I would like to appreciate for Dr. Alpha Hendi Muhammad. Dr. Alpha Hendi Muhammad is just fresh from open. He just graduated from Sydney Technology University just about a month, so it's still fresh from oven. This is the virtual certificate. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you. I received the certificate. Thank you so much. This is nice conference for all of us. Thank you.
You're welcome, Prof. You're welcome, Dr. Alpha.
Thank you.
Pak Sidi, siap menerima perintah.
Saya kira Prof lagi serius, lagi apa gitu.
Lagi webinar nih.
Okay, Pak Satya, time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Arif, for giving the awarding to our keynote speaker and also moderator. And now it's time to take a photo together. Now I would like to ask you, all of you, to turn on your camera and we will take a virtual photo group together. So please turn on your camera now. Okay, it's almost everybody. Please turn on your camera. Wow. so we can see your beautiful and handsome face, and we can take a photo together. Okay, so the committee will help us to take a picture together. So please do not turn off your camera before it finishes, or it will be changed the place your photo. Okay, I will count and smile, and 1, 2, 3, smile. You can do thumbs up also. 1, 2, 3. Or maybe we can do the AMICOM sign, like holding the word. Yes, the holding the word. And then when I said 1, 2, 3, said Jogja. 1, 2, 3, Jogja.
Yeah.
One more time, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. I think it's done. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our session, we will have a break, and this room will be open during the break, and I kindly request you to join our virtual room again at 1 p.m. in Jakarta, Indonesian time, in Jakarta time. And after you join, you can join the parallel session in the breakout room. So please pay attention to your conference book to find out the schedule of your parallel session. And please take a note, in the end of this conference, we have awarding and closing ceremony. So please prepare yourself to follow the whole conference. Thank you and have a good rest.
Okay, thank you,
so
Pak
much.
Abdul. Thank you, Mas Arif.
Thank
Izin
you,
live
Pak.
ya.
Biar
Thank you,
orang-orang
Prof.
lanjut
Ya,
lanjut
Pak
terakhir
Pupus,
mereka.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Pak Rektor, semuanya.
Video yang tidak seberapa ini.
Kamal, terima kasih. Thank
Terima
you.
kasih.
Terima kasih Prof Kamal.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Terima kasih Prof Zainal.
Terima kasih Prof Kamal. Tunggu kami jemput
Thank
lagi
you,
ke
thank you.
Jogja ya Prof ya.
Ya, ya.
Nanti kita makan di angkringan lagi Prof.
Safe life Prof.
Prof Kamal, Malaysia still lockdown or not?
Iya, iya. KL.
PKPB.
Ah, iya.
Bro Pahang, Kelantan aman bro?
Ya, Pahang, oke. Tidak ada case.
Talking itu loh. Ngobrol baik.
Oke, mau izin leave ya.
Oh iya.
Bye semua.
Terima kasih bro.
Thank you, Prof.
Bye.
So everyone can have their own lunch. Usually we have lunch in public. Okay, we leave this room if everyone wants to make a contribution, right? So probably if anyone want to talk each other, you can use this room or you can use the chat, please.
Halo Pak Setia. Cek Pak Setia. Cek Pak Setia.
Halo Pak Kumara, oke.
Nggih, Pak Setia, saya tak keluar sebentar, masang ini dulu ya, masang virtual background dulu nggih.
Iya, nggak apa-apa Pak.
Oke, sekedap.
Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Miss Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text-to-Speech, dan Speech-to-Text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari, seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. Bismart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. Bismart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, Bismart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena Bismart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada penghutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
ICOIACT and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. We even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi virtual braille keyboard, text to speech, dan speech to text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari, seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. Bismart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. Bismart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, Bismart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena Bismart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada penghutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
ICOIACT and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. We even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text-to-Speech, dan Speech-to-Text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. Bismart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. Bismart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, Bismart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena Bismart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada pengutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
ICOIACT and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan BSmart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. BSmart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. BSmart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, BSmart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text-to-Speech, dan Speech-to-Text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari, seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. Bismart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. Bismart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, Bismart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena Bismart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada pengutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
The roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Hey Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text-to-Speech, dan Speech-to-Text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. B-Smart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. B-Smart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, B-Smart telah dipakai banyak orang. komunitas kampus inklusi dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena Be Smart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada penghutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
The roads to ICOIACT and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Hey Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text to Speech, dan Speech to Text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. B-Smart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. B-Smart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, B-Smart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra. Karena Be Smart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. I am Dida. Can you can you propose it my paper, please?
Sorry, can I help you, sir?
Can you help me for giving my my meeting, Mister? I am Dida.
Yeah. Oh, so you are looking for your room, right?
Yes, I can't.
Wait, I'm looking for your schedule. So you have to join in the parallel room 2E. I'm assigning you to your room, sir.
Can you message, please?
Wait.
Yes.
I send you to your room.
Yes.
Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. We even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
The roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where? This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text-to-Speech, dan Speech-to-Text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. B-Smart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. B-Smart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, B-Smart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena B-Smart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
The roads to ICOIACT and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada penghutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada penghutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi. Salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi virtual braille keyboard, text to speech, dan speech to text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. B-Smart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. B-Smart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, B-Smart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena B-Smart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Yasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. We even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika makan sampai hutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada penghutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna? Seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya, Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi. Salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi virtual braille keyboard, text to speech, dan speech to text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. B-Smart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. B-Smart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, B-Smart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena B-Smart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi, salah satunya adalah smartphone. Akan tetapi, konsep layar datar smartphone menjadi kendala tersendiri bagi penyandang tunanetra. Untuk itulah, kami menciptakan B-Smart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. B-Smart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. B-Smart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, B-Smart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text-to-Speech, dan Speech-to-Text untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. B-Smart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. B-Smart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, B-Smart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena B-Smart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
The roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipas Hitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
Pernahkah Anda berhutang? Dari yang sekedar karena lupa bawa uang ketika berhutang kepada rekan kerja. Berdasarkan hal itu, kegiatan hutang piutang merupakan hal yang wajar dilakukan setiap orang. Hutang atau peminjaman biasanya memberikan jangka waktu sesuai perjanjian untuk pembayaran. Namun, ketika sudah jatuh tempo, tidak sedikit dari kita yang sungkan untuk menagih hutang. Takut canggung lah, dianggap tidak toleransi lah, sampai takut memutus hubungan pertemanan. Di sisi lain, tidak masalah ketika hutang hanya ke satu orang. Bagaimana jika kedua, tiga, atau banyak orang dengan nominal yang bervariasi sekaligus? Yakin bakalan ingat? Tapi tenang, Lunas Bos hadir untuk membantu dan mempermudah transaksi hutang dan piutang. Lunas Bos memberikan fitur-fitur yang membantu Anda seperti pencatatan, pengingat hutang, penagih hutang, dan juga pembukuan. Aplikasi ini memungkinkan Anda untuk membuat catatan hutang Anda. Lunas Bos juga didukung fitur pengingat yang membantu Anda untuk tepat waktu pada saat jatuh tempo pembayaran. Penagih hutang otomatis membantu Anda melakukan penagihan tanpa harus berinteraksi langsung kepada pengutang. Fitur pembukuan membantu Anda untuk menyusun catatan dan juga histori hutang piutang Anda dalam jangka waktu yang telah ditentukan. Mau hutang ke teman? Jangan lupa catat pakai Lunas Bos, karena pertemanan lebih berharga daripada uang.
Sudah berkenalan dengan Buna, seorang anak buta yang kesulitan dalam belajar dan mengakses informasi secara visual dengan lingkungannya. Buna dan 285 juta penderita tunanetra lainnya di dunia mengalami hal yang sama setiap harinya. Berbagai alat telah diciptakan sebagai solusi. Salah satunya adalah smartphone.
Ini videonya dari tadi muter-muter ini aja ya?
Kami menciptakan Bismart Braille Smart Application dengan virtual keyboard. Bismart adalah personal mobile application berbasis Android yang dapat difungsikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, pendidikan, dan kebutuhan sehari-hari yang dapat dikendalikan tanpa perlu kemampuan melihat. Bismart didukung dengan teknologi speech to text, text to speech, OCR, geolocation, QR code, virtual reality, dan voice over. Untuk menyesuaikan kebutuhan pengguna, Bismart dibawakan dalam 3 sub-aplikasi. B-Touch untuk memenuhi kebutuhan komunikasi, B-School untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan pengguna tunanetra, B-Tools untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. B-Touch dapat digunakan untuk Messenger bersama teman dengan teknologi Virtual Braille Keyboard, Text-to-Speech, dan Speech-to-Text. Untuk mengetik dengan suara dan membaca pesan dengan suara. Selain itu, terdapat fitur menelepon dan menerima telepon serta manajemen kontak. Sedangkan B-School digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan pendidikan bagi tunanetra. B-School dapat digunakan untuk membaca buku dan modul materi dengan teknologi OCR dan QR Code, jadwal akademik yang real-time, ujian maupun tugas, serta keperluan ringkas lainnya seperti catatan, bimbingan online, chat kelas, dan masih banyak lagi. Fitur B-Tools digunakan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari seperti penghitung uang, browser, kalkulator, clock and alarm, pengenal warna, audio record and player, dan fungsi lainnya. Bismart dapat digunakan oleh orang tunanetra secara personal maupun komunitas tunanetra dan pelajar di kampus inklusi atau SLB serta 285 juta orang penderita tunanetra di seluruh dunia. Dengan aplikasi ini diharapkan Buna dapat berinteraksi dengan teman biasa ataupun dengan teman penyandang tunanetra lainnya, sehingga Buna dan teman-temannya mendapatkan kesempatan yang sama dalam meraih kesuksesan hidupnya. Bismart telah diikutkan dalam berbagai lomba dan berhasil meraih penghargaan. Di samping itu, Bismart telah dipakai banyak orang, komunitas kampus inklusi, dan SLB di Indonesia. Hadiahkan aplikasi ini untuk teman, saudara kita yang tunanetra, karena Bismart memberi mata untuk menyapa dunia.
Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
The roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Mr. Yoshimura!
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
If only there were no wars.
Listen to your conscience.
Musa, kill me!
The roads to Kaliasin and other places are strictly guarded. It's almost impossible to send a messenger.
Musa, bring these letters to the BKR command and the militia headquarters. Each is coordinating an assignment to face the landing of the Allies.
I will do my best. For Indonesia, sir.
Got to be fast and cautious. They're everywhere. Their movement is very fast.
Hey, kid! Stop right there!
The situation of the city is at stake. The youth's hatred towards the Japanese and the foreigners could cause chaos everywhere.
Hey, Musa! Sometimes in life, we go through failure so we can succeed. Sometimes we fall, but then we rise again. And we even experience fear before we realize our own courage. We don't give up easily, however bad the situation is.
Be careful. They are experts in hiding their identity. The Kipasitam, they're also from our people.
How do we catch a naughty cat? Where is the code?
This is war!
Listen to me. There is no glory in war.
So welcome back to the plenary room, ladies and gentlemen. And now, before we do the closing ceremony, so we will announce the award for the best paper of ICOIACT 2020. And I would like to invite Dr. Kusrini to announce. Please welcome Dr. Kusrini.
Thank you, Pak Satya. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in this conference. I believe all of us have been enlightened from papers that have been presented today. We appreciate all your work hard and to prepare and present your paper. Although all of your papers are great, we have to choose one of the best paper. And this moment, let me announce which paper gets the awards as the best paper. Are you ready? Okay, you can check your paper number first, maybe. Okay, and the best paper in the International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOIACT 2020, is paper number 157-068-1892, entitled Vehicle Type Classification in Surveillance Image Based on Deep Learning Method. This paper was written by Bapak Edmund Uco Armin, Bapak Agus Bejo, and Bapak Risanuri Hidayat. They are from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. Congratulations, Pak Edmund, Pak Agus, and also Pak Risanuri Hidayat. Please accept our award in the form of a virtual certificate. Okay, hopefully it will motivate you and all of us more to continue our research and deliver the result to the community. Once again, congratulations to Pak Edmund, Pak Agus, and also Pak Risanuri, and all of the presenter and participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kusrini, for the announcement for the best paper of ICOIACT 2020. We hope we are the best paper in the next ICOIACT in 2021. And now, become the very end. It's the very end of this conference, and I would like to invite Mr. Ahmad Dahlan as the committee member to deliver the closing speech on the closing ceremony on behalf of Committee of ICOIACT 2020. Please welcome Mr. Ahmad Dahlan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Satya Vikram Singh, for the time. I will announce some important information. But first of all, thank you for all participants who have joined this conference. We also thank for all sponsors who support this event. For example, Timex Lindo and so on. And also AMICOM Student Branch IEEE Indonesia section, of course. We also apologize if there are any mistake in this organizing activity. Feedback from you is very welcome. So before closing, we have some important information. The first, if there are still changes in your manuscript, we open to opportunity to upload correction to the final paper, maximum no later than Saturday. So you have 4 days, I think. You can submit by EDAS. Make sure that is no Indonesian text, no bahasa in your paper, and make sure it is important the similarity score is not more than 25%, because this mandatory requirement from DIEEE. And the second one, to get a e-proceeding, please fill out the feedback form on the link that we will share after closing the session and photo session. I think we will share the link of feedback form. So please fill the form. And the last one, if there are another question or something special need, for example, administration letter and so on, so please do not hesitate to contact our representative as well as by WhatsApp. Yeah, so our team can supervise you. So that's all from us. Thank you, and yeah, see ya at the next conference in ICOIACT 2021. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Dahlan. And like Mr. Ahmad Dahlan said, we would like to get your feedback on ICOIACT 2020. And the committee will send you the link of the feedback form. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the ICOIACT 2020 are informative and helpful. And thank you for having productive and inspiring time together. And this event is come to the very end. And thank you. See you on the fourth ICOIACT. Oh, yes. For the last time, I will ask you to turn on your camera and we will tune the last photo together. Please turn on your camera, guys. Before we close, let us take a photo group together. Yeah, and the committee will help. Okay, let's thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. Give you the best smile. Once again, 1, 2, 3. And with Jogja signature, Jogja. 1, 2, 3. Jogja. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation. And see you on the fourth ICOIACT in 2021. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay steady. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you.
Love you, Mr. Alan. Love you, Mr. Satya. Love you all. Love you, Mr. Dani.
I love you too.
I love you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Love you, Amikom. Love you, Yogya. Love you, ICOIACT 2020.
Thank you.
We meet again in ICOIACT 2021.
What are you spelling, Mr. Dani?
Please pay attention your Zoom chat. We already sent the feedback form and you can fill the form to get the processing, and please fill the feedback for us. Thank you very much.
I thought you said towel.